Hadn't paid my bills in a month, and I knew my landlord was knocking on the door. I ignored him. I had too much to do. The newspaper articles indicated her husband, some entertainer with hardly a hair on his head, was in town and had been seen schmoozing all the big wigs in the city.
Does it look like you have a monocle? Did it? I don't know. Glasses? Alright, where do we leave off? With absolutely no idea what to do. I need one more, because I've got these three right, and as soon as I get one more, it'll lock in 4 of them, and then I'm guessing I'll get more materials to help me do more stuff. The issue is that I don't know what the fuck to do. Maybe Bess is their daughter. And he had an affair with because she died young. And they didn't mention her having a kid. Who originally sings this song again? Justin Allen Arnold. All the music is just like free use music. Hey, Gordon Xavier.
Huh?
Thanks, GM Pilot, for the biddies. And Tom.
Help it! Football head!
Hey, Arnold. Alright, what evidence needs evidencing? I think that's where it ends. No, this is where it ends. No, this is where it ends. Yeah. It's rough. What if I just spider search family, man? Very poorly received book about Elias Roottrees. Elias. Very few copies of the original, published in 1920, is recently republished. Same publishing company that printed Lauren's Diary for Schools. Seems they wish to capitalize on Roottrees mania. It did not work. Schoolbound Publishing. Really? That's what it said, right? Schoolbound Publishing. Are they showing all the results yet? Wait, what? How is there nothing? What? Why is it doing this? I don't understand. It's so weird. Spider search big naturals. Fine. Nothing relevant. Nothing. Disappointing. Those show up in the history now? No. Only the actual results show up in the history. There are 8 clues related to the information shown here. Conspiracy theorists. Aha! That's the piece that I missed. So now I need to go to... Where was the college student with the art? Chris Rafferty. Show older. Hail the Satan Fish. Return of the Oberdin. Oh yeah. Very good game. Hurts my eyeballs, but very good game. How did I find that conspiracy? Is the Roottrees curse? Was that it? Came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. Visitor counters reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. Seems a recent uprising in Roottrees news has left Thomas Overwood a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottrees deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who've died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. Newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with post mentioning that he's begun believing guys not dead theories. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of the post details the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge. Gwyn Roottrees' death was faked. Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another about the rapper 5 Piece. He can't possibly be a Roottrees. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the Devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Rootree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness, and is working on figuring out what it means. Also request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. Specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Alright. Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. That was a lot of clues. One-time pad it's a cryptography thing. I do not know what that means, actually. If you wanted to tell me, that'd be great. There was another thing. There's been a few things that I don't know, like the terms of. Actually, you know what I could do? They probably will tell me if I look. No, they do not. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. Next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, interview with Cecily Sanchez about Guy Hudson, some photos. You add them to your evidence. Aha! Aha! All that off of... I don't even remember what I wrote. What I searched. What did I search? Oh, the conspiracy theory. Yeah. Wild. So now this should be down to like 2. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got a lot from that. Yeah, Roottrees curse. It's a technique in crypto where 2 people have the same shared pad of key material to code their text with. It can only be used one time, so you can't deduce the key from multiple ciphertexts. So you have like pages and pages of text to use as cipher keys. No idea. He's the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that likely costs as much as a month of my mortgage. And we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress Susie something into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the section on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up and asking me about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, he and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentioned Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, seen a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women, found him charming. I assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Interesting. A lot of information there. Let's start with so Susie something was his mistress. His final one. I guess. So let's just put Susie over here. Or not Susan, okay. Roottrees Brazil is one I wanted to look at. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute root tree candy. It was developed as part of the Root Tree Everywhere initiative in the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Root Tree Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of 1978, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. A small town called Alvaragos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by Root Tree Candy Company after a new elected local politician named Edson Soares heard they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it's been operating relatively smooth except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo in 1982. The second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brasil, which translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottree Brazil entirely. Brazil mentioned. Pog Jam, Brazil mentioned. Come to Brazil. Please bring iCarly to Brazil. There's a lot to look up here. Roottree Everywhere. We'll start with that. Roottree Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s, coincided with some other large changes at the company. Mixed success. As far as you can tell, different companies related to it were all formed in very different, sometimes haphazard ways. Minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online. You can glean the following. Roottree Candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s, including places like Canada, Mexico, select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottree Everywhere involved Roottree's expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottree. It started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Okay. Guess we're going to look up all these. Roottrees Australia is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. Developed part of Roottree Everywhere initiative summer 1979. According to the history website, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run Roottree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottree Candy Company at the time. Roottree Australia did have some success, but only in certain regions. Manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin. Roottree Aus now serves as an importer and distributor. Oh my god. Charles Martin was manufacturing in Australia, popular brand of licorice. Most history is unrelated to Rootrees. However, in 1979, helped Roottree Australia wealth to build new factories, distributed maple treats, same methods already used in previous candy venture. Website about Australian commerce mentions a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottree company, U.S., much like how Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottree company evenly to the Roottree family. Profits of the Roottree Australia would be split 50-50 between American Roottree company and Martin himself, for him to do with as he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially toward the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottree Candy, I was like, wait, what? Roottree Candy gained a poor reputation in Australia. Sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who both sold businesses at first opportunity. Martin's licorice bullets. Let's look that up. Okay. already looked that one up. China Roottrees. China Roottrees is one of the companies created, manufactured, distribute tree candy. China began to go through a period of economic reform in the 70s. Lang Hongbo said it personally went over Roottrees family's owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it not only for China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s and the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, his passed the oldest child of the next generation, Lang Xinyu. And now, wait. Okay. France. Roottrees France is one of the companies created, manufactured, distributed Roottrees candy, is developed part of the Roottrees Candy Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. Apparently, Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed. Leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Sao Bernardo do Campo was a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing, so he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics, so the small town name he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Thank you, John. Edson Soares. Brazilian politician find dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise in democracy in Brazil. It seems up till 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and politics during the time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager in an automotive manufacturing plant, major American car company. He's put in charge of Alvalagos by a military government in 1973. As a mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. What the paper speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television, spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988 and he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After his election loss, he quickly left town behind. It's not known where he's gone. Dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Former television station in Brazil came to being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of different network and hands Brazilian military dictatorship. Lack of resources, don't have much to go on. Who ran it? When? So these are all potential lovers. Jeez. Did any of them say anything about Susan? Robin. Langnew. Could be... Could be Tristan Roberts' wife. Susan. Unsure. Unsure as of yet. Roottrees, Brazil. Daughter of his business partner in Australia. Her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together he didn't want his family to know about. So that was 1979. They mentioned guys' affairs. Okay. Patricia was a lesbian. Found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Yeah, she's a big lesbian. I wonder if I could look up Patricia Hudson. Before I do that, Incendio de Bordeaux. Maple fire. 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of production floor. Locals claim that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. Ew. Factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened. Last year's news special did list incidents as well as a few others in the small town as backlash perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. I see. Okay, same thing. All right. Oops. So we did, Guy's Not Dead. I'm assuming this just puts me exactly right here. Yeah. Hey, Killy. Alright, what's the other evidence? A couple pictures. So that's Christmas. Photos from the first magazine interview of Sisley Sanchez in Picotee. Issue Picotee magazine came pulled from the shelves and managed to find it online. Picotee does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead on the shared label. Sisley was provided these photos by the Roottrees company for use in her book. Okay. God, why do I have a picture of him now? No. I don't want a picture of Zachariah Morton. I don't know where to put him. I don't think I'm gonna use the photo for anything, except maybe here. I don't know. We'll see. But I do know those are all his photos. Okay, so now I know that he's third president and Zachariah was second president. So let's look at Business Watch. Oh no, I don't need to do that. It's in the dossier. Zach Morton, yep. 77. Christine Farrow. Ooh. Joanna Fellows. Beth Knox, no longer employed. Christine Farrow no longer listed among the secretaries, but Christine Garland has been hired. That all happens right around that time. Okay. So she got married. So if Joanna Fellows is no longer listed, I don't know what she is now, though, is the problem. I'm almost positive that this would be her. Because she's there at the moment of this. Guy Hudson replacing Ernest Madsen Jr. She's there. So now the issue. What was her name? Christine Garland. Found one result. I wish that it would let me click it. Christine Garland. Husband Steve's chef at Antonelli's. Deliver produce from mother's farm. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Ah, there it is. Delivering produce on the weekends. So, driver, maybe? She is a secretary, so maybe... Okay. Cool. So now we might get more information. That'd be nice. It is Bess Williams. Good, 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 good. Booyah. What you got?
Sam
Yeah, what
reached
up?
out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
Mm-hmm.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
Right.
I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
You didn't give me anything. Shit. Shit. Okay, so this was in 77. Oh, jeez. Oh. Sneaky. Sneaky photo in the background. Oh, jeez, Buzz. They're all vampires. They can't enter until they've been invited. Chicken lobotomy? You want an insult? You are so unremarkable that I can't even think of one. When were the Christmas bashes? New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, Christmas Tree Bash, 1981. So I think she's gonna be the fourth. And the reason I think that is because she's 77 locked in. She's 81, so that's the Christmas Tree Bash. They're about to do it. But earlier that year, I don't think Stephen Garland's deaf. Earlier that year, he was blackmailed. Oh, but she doesn't have a husband. I don't know. Donation came the assistant employee at Roottrees at the time. She learned ASL from the main school before Hudson Wing even existed. Surprised her future husband, who was deaf. Is Stephen Garland deaf? Nothing there. Okay. Wanted to check. What? That was a PH. What did I misspell? Stephen Garland. Stephen Garland. Wasn't there? (1978). She and her husband Steve met years ago. The end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven. This is so annoying. Why doesn't this work? So annoying. Steve Garland. Giving lessons home kitchen in the last month. Keep an eye on his son. So what were the cookbooks again? Trying to figure out if Steve Garland is deaf. Digging the smooth vibes. Yeah, this game's super cozy, man. How's it going, Get Pit? This is very annoying. Okay, no more clues in this anymore. That's good. How did I find the clue that was left here? No idea. Okay. I wonder if it went away because I locked in Bess Williams even without the clue. It's probably what it is. Same with this. Okay. This doesn't seem to have clues. Who the hell is this? Him, his father, and Guy Hudson. Did not know who the woman in the photo was. So the only clues it's telling me I have left are in these last couple pieces up here. There's still 2 things to find here. There's so many things here. I don't know what to look for here though. Oh man, it's tough. So I think I need 2 more women's photos. This being one and this being, where is she? This being the other. So I think these are the final 2. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. It's telling me I need 8 more to be filled in. For sure, it's going to be at least some of them over here because I've got all these pieces of information about the secretaries. Oh, but I don't know how to piece them together. Okay, let's start from here. Zach Morden's still there. Ernest Madsen Jr.'s working there. Secretaries: Juliette McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Guy Hudson replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. in 1977. Patrick Decker was hired for office staff. Ernest Madsen Jr. now listed under product management. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson no longer listed among the secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Then the next year in 77, Joanna Fellows leaves because she's pregnant. Beth Knox, I don't think, is relevant. Christine Farrow gets married to Steve Garland because she's got a bun in the oven from their affair. Okay, so I have these affairs done. John Miller. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Gwyneth Madsen? Oh, for farming. Yeah. She is the green thumb. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus, and retires. Zach Morden also retiring. Okay. So I think we're good. There's no clues here. We've already got those. That's sick. Okay. This is where we need to start paying attention, piecing things together. After this ad break, I will see you all soon. Enjoy the smooth tunes. I'll come back to elucidate some dulcet tones into your cerebellums. BRB. I returned. turn to you now at the turn of the tide. I like that quote. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, start paying attention here. 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop a new 5-piece flavors. Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah Morden, Edward Roottrees, Elizabeth Ravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed. Edward Roottrees. Who's Edward again? I don't think it's relevant, but... Oh, the lawyer. Okay. Okay. Raffertoons listed as office staff. Let's look up Raffertoons again. The Raffertoons site that once had a photo of Clark on it no longer exists. Instead, it redirects to a site telephone number called 1010-250. Frustratingly keeps popping up in advertisements in new windows every few seconds. You managed to close them, which sure is annoying. Can I use the phone? Hold on. Do I have a phone? I do. I cannot use the phone. Okay, then let's just look up 1010-250. Apparently a phone number you can dial before making a long-distance call to receive a discount from the telephone company. Past few months you've been inundated with ads for it and other services like it. This includes TV spots starring celebrities, radio commercials, parodies of popular songs, banner ads for various websites. Doesn't seem to be relevant to your search. Raffertoon's domain was likely purchased by a third party when the license expired. I see. Okay, how about... Works for me. 79, Albert Cross and Fred Cross no longer employed. Christine Garland no longer working, so she left to elope with her husband. I thought, oh, she went back to it later. Beatrice Watts and Corin Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays no longer employed. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Okay. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keating is no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld, Sam Cattrall were hired. Robert Logan no longer employed. William Sams hired. Interpreter. Susan Ford hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. 1979. Aha. That was in the Piketty article. Mid-1981. Okay, so 1981, Susan Ford. Hired as the interpreter. There's so many different pieces to put together. Only existed for 1 year. But she's 1981. I wonder if her title changes on the next page. Office refurbishment, flavor development, retirement party, Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball, Australia, China, France, Brazil. So she wasn't there during the Christmas party. Susan was not there during the Christmas party, which means... So she must have been the last one, since he died soon after. She wasn't there during the Christmas party, so she was likely this woman. And then... these are interchangeable, I think. I'm not sure which is which yet. Because this would have been later, because it had to have been when this guy was like a toddler, and he's 19 presently, so like 1980. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't answer your questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Dunspars. Hey, Architect. What's up, Oleg? This DLC really makes you think. It's a lot of filling in gaps yourself so far. It's tough. Special... So does it have... Let's see. So she was 79, right? Special category. Interpreter. But it's supposed to be what she's doing now, and that only lasted for 1 year. Susan Ford moved to office staff. Okay. Ernest replaces Guy. Susan Ford no longer employed by Roottrees. Can I look up Susan Ford? Let's see. Nope. How about periodicals? Nope. Okay, so I don't know what her current occupation is, and I don't know how I'd find out. I don't know. Catherine Garrett. Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram. This is so tough, man. There's so many different, like, frayed ends where I don't even know what to do. Like, this guy motherfucker slept with, like, 30 women, and none of them are like, yeah, and they had a kid. I have no clue. None. And every time I find more information, it, like, doesn't even... And why the hell are these, this guy and then this guy? Is it to throw you off of this? Maybe, I don't know. Because they wouldn't be down here in the trees at all. Unless they were down here. Which is possible. I use the duck hints a lot in this part of the game. It's just, there's so many different ways you could go, and they add on top of all of the news stuff, you also are supposed to revisit like the entire first part of the game. It's rough, man. Like, just trying to think of where to go to find one little piece of information. I think this might be my first duck moment. Oh. I see. Now it makes sense. Get those out of the way. Hey, Sir Favant. Don't saxophone me. Alright, let's go through what's giving me clues here. Notable events still has a clue left, which is like, this is where you're supposed to start, and there's something that I've missed. I feel like I need to figure out what I've missed from this. Because this is like the base. This is where everything spreads from. Two results. Honest woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottrees. First and only mention of Ray's Anonymom in News Time came a week after a apology for featuring her in the first place. Oh. Picketty's not afraid to expose details other publications will avoid. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottrees was not a Roottree, Picketty exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom the Anonicon. I said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina. Her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, they didn't identify News Time, perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corinne S. She'd filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corin were in on it together and even speculate that they might have been lovers. Pickety's not credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. Hey dude, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm doing very big brain detective sleuthing cozy times. It's a lot of find one little piece of information and try and figure out what to do with it and see if it leads to more information so that you can fill out a giant family tree. It's very, very quite difficult. This is the DLC down here. This is like the new game plus, you could call it. This was the base game up here. It's a lot. It's a lot. But it's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. It is a whole ass vibe. What were you up to? Thanks for the raid. Feel free to get out of here if you're super tired or super busy. I appreciate you. Nabbing dinner. Nice. Enjoy your din-din. Minecraft SMP. Ooh. Crafting. Digging those squared holes. Very nice. Well, I hope that's fun. Goes in the square hole. Chicken Jackie. It's a fight for your life, kid. Flint and steel. So ridiculous. Alright, so Courtney May. Also, the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, Corin S. Is there a Corin in here? I don't think so. Oh. Oh, interesting. There is a Corin S that was a secretary. doesn't even say... She was hired in 78. And left in 79? 80? So this could be she. So I got the pictures right. I don't think it said that pictures are red herrings, right? Where would that be written? Here? New section will be marked with a tree icons. Areas reserved for members of the original family tree filmed 8 months ago. Recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. Where was it that it talked about red herrings and stuff? So I want to see if pictures are included in that. Hey, Blackajack. You know the dev? Oh, cool. Well, they made a fun game. This DLC is rough. It's rough. It's hard to know what to do. There's just too many things to parse. But I'm still having fun with it. Oh, it's in this. Try to catch up. Widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Okay. Oh, this bass is making my brain tickle. Root beer barrel candies? Gross. I don't like root beer flavor. Root beer, no, root beer. So what if I look up What was her name? Corin Schwartz. Corin Schwartz comes up in a few articles, local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take leave of absence because people showed up at a car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop accusations so she can get back to normal life. Every article you find, journalists involved have independently verified she is not Anonymom. Huh. I really wish this worked. Corin Schwartz resides in Pennsylvania, though it appears she lives beyond the Butler County limits. She's named in a national tabloid. People who've come to her place of work accuse her of being an Anonymom. The article explains it's impossible for her to be Anonymom. Her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corin could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Okay. So the game is telling me she is not involved. Fuck. My lead! My new lead! No. And that wasn't the clue. Shit. 10-year pregnancy, I know. Falling asleep during the day with baseball in the background? Hell yeah. Listening to men talk about statistics while you wait 5 minutes between at-bats. Baseball's the most, like, boring sport to watch. Like, you're either super, super into baseball, or you just can't stand it. It's one or the other. I think I'm gonna click the duck. I'm clicking the duck. You haven't searched for everything on your list of notable events. That's a good place to start. I thought I did. I did 6 pieces. I did the Roottrees Rift. I did Clark Rafferty Row. I did 5 Piece. I did Roottrees Mania, and I did Anonymom. News time. Jane Doe Roottrees. St. Manson publicly supported Anonymom. Five Ps. Her job secretary. Time period late 70s. It's frustrating. She's not in Silver Screen. Not in Starlit. Not in Teen Blast. No way. How about DNA test? Why Brenda? Which one is Brenda? That's what I thought. Carl Ritchie, daughter, wife Brenda, Kristen Valdez, Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. Oh my god, please. Gain a lot of support. First move statement, same. Clients of trust. I don't know, man. I already looked at that book, right? It's like the first thing I did. And there was the indecisionitis. Did I look up JIT together? Yeah, same thing. think I gotta go to the duck again, dude. Found a lot of important information in your last investigation. Now that some time has passed, it's worth looking into some of it again. If your evidence goes over the most important people and events in your evidence, reminders in your evidence goes over the most important people and events from last investigation. One of the people mentioned in your mind is Caroline Morden. She seems like someone who would have spoken about everything going on. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm upset. Here are some dead ends and red herrings. You forgot to look them up. What a load of bullshit. She's mentioned before that? She is? Oh. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. After the release of 6 pieces, Caroline Moore did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of the messaging community. Transcript is only her answers, missing the questions. This creates somewhat confusing reading experience. Does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. Oh, what a fat fucking load, man. 45 minutes. Thanks for having me. Never really fit in the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days, and I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean, but I was already pretty unpopular once everyone learned why I divorced my husband. Few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it was. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. Left my daughter with my ex-husband. Followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. Found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women. He didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Think she's still talking about Guy? I would not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. No, they're talking about someone else. Carl, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. Made sense that they made him a president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. He's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then he was destructively unreliable every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. Prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. I don't know who they're talking about. It's too hard. He used to sell me pot, but it's not Guy. I don't know. Maybe Clark? Why did I put this picture here? What the hell? Did they get mixed up somehow? What the hell happened? Oh, I think I just accidentally put the wrong one there. That's fine. The search all's broken. Yeah, at least it tells me how many things I need to find, which is nice, at the very least. So, I don't really know what I'm supposed to glean from this. It doesn't even have any clues. I already. Oh, the game wanted me to have this so that it could tell me things I already knew, I think. I'm sure that there are some little snippets that will help me piece together things at some point. But right now, I don't think any of the information is particularly useful. Thank you, hint system, for leading me to this. This is the earliest one you didn't have, yeah. It did get rid of a reminder hint. So it's trying to give me the notable event one, and it's trying to give me the reminder one, so. Library page for garnishing the truth has a bunch of useful information. Have you looked into all of it yet? I thought I did. Okay, that's solid. That's a solid hint. Because I did go back to that and look at it. James and Robert becoming amazing men. Incredible chefs. Oh, maybe I can search their kids. Robert Garland and James Garland. Let's try that. That's how you spell Garland, right? Okay, periodicals. Okay. James Robert, amazing men, incredible chefs. Mark Zimmer, you proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. First met Steve in 1978. He taught cooking class. Next time I saw him was over a decade later. He was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. I wonder when I'm doing an introduction. Turns out Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brew House. List of famous people who had a drink there, including former President of the United States, not Roottrees Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows, books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth. As I say, local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out, and we ain't gonna say no to free press. Grab a bite at his kids' joint, Fry Die. Fry Die is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. Find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. Has this to say about Fry Die. Wicked overrated. Saw it in a chef's signature, so I went in, there was a huge line, didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Chef's Signature magazine related to food and trendy restaurants. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Thanks, Emma. Where? Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant. Like the magazine name implies, each restaurant lists as one main dish and the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. There they are. Chef's Signature, nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Die, a play on tie-dye shirts that the servers wear that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. That sounds really good. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, shit. Oh, I don't have anything else. I was like, why didn't that lock in anything? Because I don't have anything else. I would explain it. Doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up in a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry Die. When we moved, we were looking to open our own restaurants together. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where we worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fry Die often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine Apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite. My dad is always had this stupid line he uses to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but actually secretly named after them, sort of. So if she's the apple, then why is he the Sistine? What? The hell? Chef's Signature cover Friday, less than a year ago, right around the time you're doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant. It doesn't even say anything about the Sistine apple. Okay. Weird. Hey Jake, yeah, it's still fun. I'm having a good time. Okay. So that gave me their pictures. Neat. So that's done. I guess that's the end of that rope, I suppose. But there's apparently... As you begin Rootree Manias, you're supposed to find notable events and reminders. As you progress, numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. Piece of evidence seemed too good to be true. Take a closer look at the people or the phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Maybe missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Yeah, no kidding. I've spent a lot of time doing that already. We're going back to the duck. Yes. I mean, that's the... I looked at this and I... Sonia Soros. Does not seem to be anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Soares listed anywhere online you can find. However, Spider Search does return a page lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Oh, this shit's ridiculous. The game, the DLC, it tells you, like, don't look people up. Don't just look random people up. You're gonna waste your time. And then the solution is to just look up everyone's name anyways. It's frustrating. This is a very frustrating adaptation of the base game. They give you a billion names, tell you that there's even more names that are going to be red herrings, mention that some are red herrings, and tell you not to waste time looking up a lot of them, and then that's what you're supposed to do. Frustrating. I'm still having a good time. I still think it's interesting, but it's annoying at times. I know it was just for the company finances, but a lot of the people in the company finances are mentioned in a lot of other places too. So it's confusing. Alright. I'll be back after these ads. I am having a good time, I am. It's just... vocally very frustrated with some of the logic things just being, look up the person's name. BRB. Bye-bye. Jake, that's exactly why I changed, or didn't change. I had the title as The Chat Room is Dead. It's too cozy. The smooth jazz, the rain sound effects, the droning on of me just reading stuff. I enjoy providing cozy content sometimes. Yeah, a lot of areas don't have Twitch ads. For sure.
Huevo means egg.
Now you get no ads in your area. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate you. I cast advertisement immunity. Flevio is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Ew. Seems that women, and some men, of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn the common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food grilled steak, and his mother's name Sonia. Seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. Photo has been added to your evidence. Natasha. Well. Does it say they split up? Let's see. What? It's Edson, right? Sorry. Excuse me. Nope. Edson. Sorry. So this will be Flavio. It might not be his actual name. Not actor. He's an anchor, right? News anchor. She's a media mogul. She runs the television studio. Don't know her last name yet. Ashley York. British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry, subject to some controversy in the past few months, protests PETA wearing fur and cover some magazines. Young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio brought them both somewhat to the limelight. So let's see. Unresolved. Starlet, perhaps? Silver Screen. Teen Blast. Wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. Appearance doesn't lead to any useful information. Another more recent appearance text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. A Teen Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for a carnival and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. Felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire in town called Transmissão Mass Media Group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Common name in Brazil, shorten her name to Nia. Stand out in the public eye. So let's go Alves. Just try it. He's good. Sick. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Booyah. Okay. So, Susan Ford was with him, but she might not have been the one to get pregnant. That's the thing. That's the tough part about all these hookups from foreign trips and the secretaries is that they don't all lead to pregnancies, so until I find something that says this woman has a child, I don't know which names are important. That's what makes it really tough. What are the icons on the pin board? This is infidelity, this is married, this is divorced or split up. I think that's all of them. Yeah. Oh, and adopted. Oh, that took care of all of this. What? Oh, this was about the garlands. That's what all those hints were for, I guess. Weird. So, what year was the 81. So I think I need to look more into the Grandorf dove. Roottrees Management Festival, Hudson Wing Open became the first teacher. She became the first teacher. Okay, so she's a teacher. Architect, author, comedian, director. She might be the principal now. She could also be a professor, technically. I don't know that it's a college, is it? Where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County. Principal, Miss Ford. Aha. So, Susan Ford, I should be able to find more on her, right? Did I not search for Susan Ford yet? Maybe periodicals. Not in Teen Blast. Principal Ford. Come to Brazil. Brazil merchant. It's frustrating because clearly this is what I need to be looking into. This stuff. This stuff. Butler County Times Archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend visits that began over 70 years ago. Stretched till last mentioned 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove is at the center of a crime article from 1982. Someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing of the school. Multiple broken windows. One of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities, accusations of infidelity. Was really hoping it would give me something more. Switched the name in 1990. You have to look for both. I'm glad I caught that. Few odd appearances here and there in Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many, can't look at all of them. After scrolling through a few pages, managed to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. Article from March this year, 99, mentions that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, Miss Susie Ford, who's principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful. It turns out they were. She says, they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though she's only by about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of an extrovert and is even performing a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. Okay. The EpiPen and the inhaler. Jesus. Youngest is the one with the peanut allergy. Okay. Yeah, there's no names for the girls yet. Okay. Oldest has asthma. They are K through 12. They might not be named Ford. I don't know who she married. Ford sisters. Okay. Really? Okay. Is there life after high school? Musical, quite obscure, only appearing probably 17 performances after a preview period. Nowadays, is mostly performed in smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. Couldn't tell by now. A game designer by the name of Jerry Johnson was in a musical theater all 4 years of high school. There's one song from it, somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical, called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years. Feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the key word in that Butler County Times article was local. What? So sometimes it just like shoves it in your face like, this is what you do. And other times it's like, did you grab the last name from the guy in the article and put it on the last name of the woman in the article, and then search that woman, and then search their son, and then search their son in the Star magazine, and then find the woman's last name from the article you get there? This one's just, go back and look at the periodicals, dum-dum. Heather Ford. Okay, which one was that? Older one's Heather. So they did take Ford as their name. Don't know the other's name though. Oh, Melissa and Heather. Oh, okay. I missed that. Please, my hands. Oh, and they're the Ford sisters. I'm a dummy. Okay. I don't know who her spouse was, but he was deaf. Okay, so now the final affair. It would have been before the trip to Spain. She's at the Christmas party. So let's go look at this again. When was the Christmas tree bash? 81. Okay. Oh, God. Didn't he die in 81, though? Maybe 82? May of 82. Okay. So I'm guessing she'd be a secretary, maybe? I don't know. So 1980 Christmas tree bash. Oh, there's two. Oh shit. Okay. So it's either 80 or 81. I'm assuming this would be the one in 80. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Timeline-wise. What does she have on her jacket? I wonder if that's important. She also has tattoos. Wait, is that? No, okay. She has tattoos. Interesting. Is that a French thing to have tattoos? Let's see. Tristan Robert. Robert, businessman who at one time was negotiating to take over Roottrees France. Still alive, come across an interview related to Roottrees a few months ago. Seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees manias. You recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. Seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company in the end of the 70s. The article is in French. Takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only. The tale he tells is quite ugly. Translation is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. I lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottrees. It's funny. It's a very large spider web of people. I could spider search Pokemon. Let's see. Pokemon, or Pocket Monsters, is a video game franchise made by Nintendo that premiered in different countries over the past few years, 1997 in Japan, 98 in the US, and more recently in other countries such as France. Besides Roottrees mania, Pokemania has swept the globe in the last year or so. It's unclear if the franchise will have any lasting presence, or if it will fade like Roottrees mania has. It's cute. It is 99. Dude, 1999 was like, I think, my favorite year of my life. Genuinely. What was I, 7 or 8? Oh, man. The media blitz as a young child in the late 90s was like, it was divine. There's always something exciting. Netscape. Ooh, squeaky chair. Alright, so not the Frenchmans. What about China? I didn't look into those names. I'm guessing no. But we'll see. Oh. Lang Xinyu in China, family name comes first, so long as her last name. There's a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai textile company. She's recently listed an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about how recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she's a younger sister, Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company employees. Some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, company's been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Aha! There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's been from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. Interesting. So it could be her. She could have had the child and then given it to her sister and then passed it off as a in vitro fertilization. She would have been pretty old, though. For Guy. What would she have been, like 30, 35? Mid-30s? I think all of Guy's flings were like early 20s, right? Good old EverQuest, Jesus. Call back to earlier in the stream. Thanks, Megaphone Crooner. You got you got a couple people to post it. Time to wake up. Her nephew currently second in command. What? Oh, company. The company has helped expand Roottrees products China. The company seems very accomplished. Site has quotes from many different reporters, news articles listed on it. Nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses. Mentions company focused, not people focused. Don't offer any information. Page contains very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove the company has been in the Long family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During a period where they began the Roottrees deal, Long Hongbo in China, family name comes first, Long's last name, was a CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother, Hong Yu's, featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. Current CEO is a woman listed simply as Jin Yu. Site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on his page. One is Roottree logo, another is Tranquilts, and third is Piece of Asia. Tranquilts is a play on tranquil and quilts. Name's ironic considering the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt features the website is flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols. Although they're listed on the website like Tank Textile Company, they don't seem to have much connection. They don't. It appears that they import cloth. Alright, Piece of Asia. American arm of Lang Tai located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, according to their site. The Tai in Lang Tai translates to peaceful. It shows a name in America to match. A lot of other companies listed there. Too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. They offer fabrics and clothes, wholesale prices. Business said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Chinese names are listed too. From using an online translator, it seems Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Long Xinyao. Oh, in Pittsburgh. Oh, in Pittsburgh. Oh. Oh. I'll examine this very briefly. Article In Vitro Fertilization 1979. Article details a new at the time medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After first successful IVF birth in 1978, soon the industry began to grow. Feature article about different companies all over the world, the costs they could charge, services, business watch. High profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time CEO Long Tai was Long Hongbo, and his younger daughter Long Xinyao and her husband could not have children, so in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Kygenics, had the child implanted in his older daughter. What? Oh, the father paid for the couple to... Okay. Cost apparently just over 100,000 USD. Wait. Long Hongbo, his younger daughter Long Xinyao, and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, his older daughter, who was unmarried, Xinyu. Okay, let's look this up. Key Genes. Medical company, operations US in China, international news, whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service and alibi. The company would claim they performed IVS on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story of high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. Whistleblower claimed that they had helped do this at least 6 times, only provided proof in one case, the daughter of an American politician who's unrelated to your investigations. Kijin shut down soon after. Both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there's no extradition to either China or the US. Okay, I know what happened, but now I have to find a picture of the child. Did I already? Yeah. Newspaper chronicles that Jerry Hans traveled from China to open the company, which connected a much larger company overseas called Longtai. Connections to Roottrees. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Longtai's products. It's also mentioned that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Longtai, someone close to the family who learns English in school, naturally raised through the ranks, expand their reach to America. Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all. She is currently taking classes, and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner, and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s the rest of leadership of Longtai, trying to cover the Roottrees. Seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. So Linda's pregnant, but she wasn't supposed to be. Interesting. Longtai was Hongbo, the father. Younger daughter Long Xinyao and her husband could not have children. In an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Key Genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. So, for sure, instead of her, it's her. And her name is Xinyu Long. Xinyu Long. And her occupation is CEO, right? Yeah. Hey, Dave. Hey, bum. Cool. None. Booyah. Now, can I have more good information to use, please? Oh, look at that. They're
Hey
together.
there, it's us. So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
Thanks.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
Uh-oh.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
Okay. So there's 10 left. I'll be happy to be done with all of Guy's shit. This is the most confusing goddamn part. I'll be happy to go back over here. This is probably going to be way simpler. This is the confusing shit. Great work, by the way. Fuck you. Tomorrow whether to try to sleep at 4 a.m., wake up in a couple hours, or ride it out and hope it straightens me out tomorrow. It's always better to get a couple hours sleep than no sleep. Maybe that's her daughter? No. No. Wouldn't be... No. That'd be silly. I already tried looking them up. Here, right? What? Focus on philanthropy. Headline, hanging with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes further Chinese-American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, an article never names it, after expanded to the U.S. Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but Big Sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her walls, obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow, Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and thrived there. Doesn't even like visiting the U.S. anymore. Our kids are complete opposites, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Long in high school, and flew out here as soon as she graduated. Name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. So Mark Han and Lucy Long. No, not Mark. What are they? Jerry and Linda. Yeah, Mark Hahn. Okay. What about Lucy Long? Not exactly a common name. It's not the most common name you come across either. A few come up in the searchable details. Might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. There's the one mentioned in robotic websites, part of Team Talonclaw. Only one team to the U.S. participating in a new robot-based show in the U.K. Another Lucy Long is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. Third Lucy Long is in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Lucy Long leads Synergy Engineers, listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. As far as you can tell, CSSU is a company that other companies hires consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. Few high-profile companies listed as site former clients. You recognize their names. None of them are related to your current investigation. Okay. College acapella group out of Los Angeles. Lucy Long is listed as soprano. Doesn't appear much else about her other than a name. Performs as a soloist. A song called Like the Wind. Group featured on a CD compilation called Boca. Boca these nuts. Doesn't seem relevant to your search. Like the wind. Like the wind. Like the wind. Subways of Your Mind by FEX is an early 1980s pop song and it was #1 hit in many countries, though it peaked at 6 in the US. It's still played to this day in contemporary stations around the world. It's often found in compilation discs of popular music. One viewer at the time said Subways of Your Mind is one of the rare songs. It feels like it always existed, and artists just plucked it fully formed from collective ether. It's hard to imagine a world in which modern classic won't become a regular part of your audio landscape in the next 100 years. What a sad, empty world that would be. FEX many follow-ups, popular European countries, continue success significantly limited in the United States. Next single, Talking Hands, only reached #24. Third single, Modern Danger, failed chart at all. Due to Subways of Your Mind famously starting with catchy opening phrase Like the Wind, and perhaps also due to its somewhat lengthy title, those seeking it out or requesting it often search for Like the Wind. Many lyric sites and music hosting sites even label it incorrectly, making this mistake even more common. When searching combinations like the wind, attempting to narrow down search results include the Roottrees, you find that an obscure Irish band called U2 once cited both FEX and Jim and Diamond as inspirations. As far as you could tell, neither FEX nor Subways has anything to do with your search. Seeing U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside Dublin. The connection seems to be an odd coincidence. Hey, Bommel. What's up, WPC? Maybe Zizans. Pretty crazy. A better universe. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Nope. I think this is a dead end and just kind of supposed to be funny. Okay. Team Talonclaw. Robotics Club Mideastern University. Their robot, also named Talonclaw, has been selected appearances as a second season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. Small blurb mentioned robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years. Robotics Club is a text-only site you can find linked from a university student section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce a schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday. Last 8 dates have been cancelled due to a few members of the team currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, traveling members of Talonclaw are listed as Team Captain Jaya Patel, supporting members Lucy Long, Kurt Hauser. Okay, Mideastern University. Midway between Maine and Miami. Mascot's the Spectres. Oh, shit. The Herald is back. My God. They have a story about their school's robotic team, Team Talonclaw. Lists 3 student members, talks a bit about each of their history, including interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Long. She grew up in China as Min Long. It came to U.S. specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around the factory-scale machines that assembled products and be shipped all over the world, and moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she progressed through her major, she became obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as mechanisms that closes Talonclaw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl, due to its use in popular culture. The article has a picture, now in your evidence. Ooh, she cute. Terrifying, but cute. Okay. So this is Lucy Long, Min Long. Min Long. College student. We're done with the goddamn man slut Guy Hudson. Now we just have to go figure out the relationship or the infidelity of an old bigot and his egomaniacal son. Oh no, they're man sluts, all right. They're still man sluts. It's weird that I have to, like, do this. I have a feeling this top secret thing is going to be Anana Baby, Anana Mom, and Jane Doe, and that they're actually related, but they, like, hushed. Bono stole from rolling on down to the city. That bastard. That sick, twisted, fucking bastard. Alright. It is advertisement time. Haven't heard you as done with anything as you are with guys since the later parts of Blueprints. This shit was fucked. It was totally fucked. See, now all of this is no more hints because I filled in all of Guy's garbage. Ugh. The only thing left that there's a clue for is here. This is the only thing I haven't found, and it's in Start Here. What a load of bullshit. I'll be back in a few minutes. Bye-bye. Hello. All right. That's so ridiculous. I have one clue that's going to unveil the rest of it. And I have no idea what to look for. Yeah, you better run. You better fucking run. What's up, Gearbox System? Let's try 6 pieces again. Schoolbound Publishing, right? But there's no hints. So it wouldn't be that. I don't think. I already tried searching for it, so it'd only be periodicals, which I think I also tried. Yeah, okay. I went through the library stuff, but I'll do it again. Ambient Print Museum. Did I already look up? Nothing. The soundtrack is like all free use music, I'm pretty sure. Like this is licensed under Creative Commons. This is Kevin MacLeod, yeah. This is Kevin MacLeod. You don't even need to get the Steam soundtrack. You just look up the Steam soundtrack and download it all for free. Creative Commons music. Yeah, it's great. No, it's fantastic music. Cuba by Cubans. Look at paintings of Cuba. Marcia Barbin. Yeah. I might need a duck hint about this one, because it's definitely, it's the notable event one, and I still can't find it, and I don't feel like combing through everything, because it's a lot. Maybe it's, I'm looking in the wrong place. Maybe it's... Yep. Okay, 5 pieces is still... free use MILF. Good lord. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing it. Crocodile Clementine was involved in a notorious incident. Is there a search for this? Yes. The infamy list. Basket Baby 1950, 75 as a pilot, regional airline, tried to board the wrong airline's plane. Arrest for transporting smuggled animals over Canadian-Mexican borders. Caught in an emergency landing in Portland. So I looked this up. San Diego. Where is he? Mark Clementine. Clementine! Small piece about the fight between Sims and Crocodile tried to approach it from a different perspective. The goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked as at an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. He was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975, lost his job. They divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. She felt she needed to get out before things got worse. What's her name? Colleen Webb. Two daughters. Okay. Delfton moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody could connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so they're both named Clementine. Whatever their names are. But but they graduated college pretty long time ago, right? Maybe not, I don't know. I don't know. Meh. Not afraid to publish a few details a more reputable news publication normally wouldn't. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. Interviewed other students that were then find out if anyone knew anything. Word going around that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Mary's graduating. Okay. Tostarito Jacobson. Fuegos Fiesta, regional Mexican food fast chain, held a competition in 1993 to offer free meals for life to anyone who legally changed their name to Tostarito. Tostarito is a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside a flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Meh. Ah. I hit caps lock. Son. Okay. Typing is hard. What up, Peachy? It's hard. Too long didn't read of what's going on. Missing persons case. Yeah, basically what Graves said. And now, because that was made public, the fortune is split among anyone who is related to the bigoted grandfather by blood. So because it became public, everyone is trying to claim that they are part of the family so that they could get part of the fortune as well. So now, after doing the family tree, I am doing extended genealogy, including all of the infidelity that the original family members went through, like man-slut Guy Hudson, who fucked literally anything that moves and had a whole bunch of illegitimate children that are now related to the fortune. This all was happening in 1999. Looking back into all the way back to the early 1900s, actually. Saxophones. Saxophone. Alright, let's see. Lucinda Jacobson. One result. If only I knew. There's a crime blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions Helen Roottrees and Lucinda Jacobson. 1971, she was 18. Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get in the room where church houses their weekly tithings. Church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottrees was quoted saying, "Jesus forgives, so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways. I'm confident he has brought these young women to us for greater purpose." So I don't understand. I don't know. This is frustrating. Four results for Billy Sims. Okay. Just being thorough. Sims' wife, Carla. So Carla Sims. Colleen Webb. Okay, so there's one more. Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the event in question, because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Crockwatch. It mentions our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It's unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. Article finishes facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch." Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there are no more instances of Croc Watch. Okay. That didn't really tell me anything other than this, and apparently there's no more of this. The Croc Watch, in addition to being the name of the article you've already found, Portland Telegraph, is apparently is as seen on TV product aimed at kids. Kids. It's a digital watch that looks like the head of a cartoony crocodile, but has numbers where its pupils would be. The teeth act as buttons to switch between the different options, such as stopwatch and alarm. Comes with a large illustrated book about crocodiles and other amphibious creatures. The advertisements focus heavily on educational book in an attempt to make the otherwise cheap-looking timepiece seem like a good educational investment. Doesn't seem to be very popular, and is definitely unrelated to your search. So that's the fourth Billy Sims mention. I don't know, man. Hit a dead end. So they divorced in 1975, pregnant with their second daughter. When did the Sims incident happen? When was that? $1994. '75. Pregnant. It's about 18, 19 years. Okay. So the youngest is Mary, just from that timeline. She graduated high school, so she'd be a college student now, assuming. Yeah, high school, okay. Well, it's 99 now. I don't know. We'll see. I just can't find the next thing. I remember looking at this. It really seemed like the Lucinda Jacobson thing had some legs. Maybe we look up Helen Roottrees. Why does it keep going back to 5 Ps? Stop it. Helen Roottrees. 1 result. I'm thinking, cradling my head in my hands to think more properly. I don't know. Head empty. Which New Game Plus are you on now? Like 3. I got this all filled out, which was like New Game Plus 1 and 2. Now we're on New Game Plus 3, and soon we'll go to New Game Plus 4. Shit's fucked. I think I might have to duck here. Might have to give it the old rubber ducky, because I cannot find the foothold in this, like, small group of articles about the Billy Sims incident and how he got bailed out. What is this history, dude? Doesn't make any sense. It's pregnant. Starlet, Billy Sims. Did I ever look up his ex-wife? Or did I just put her name in the Colleen Webb? Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, because they go by the... That's so stupid. They go by Webb even though their legal name is Clementine. Fuck. Oh, that's so dumb. Come on, dude. Ugh. That's frustrating. This DLC is very frustrating. It's still fun, but it's very frustrating. Web on the web. A personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. Aha. Damn. Paranormal travel agencies apparently found a niche booking vacation for lovers, strange the unknown. Photograph of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed in the top left. Booking flights and cruises, most of them involve extremely niche audiences. Seems Mary is #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cuisines that cater to specific groups, such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you are on them to see a specific band or ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with the ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed to go onto the ship on a port day in San Diego. Professional photographer she knows. Photo of Mary has been added to the evidence. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio is listed in a few different websites of the business in San Diego. It seems it has been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears it no longer exists. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. Seems the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs that they've been saving since '93. One of them was from '96 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of a telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A who said Val does not wish to answer any questions about the photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Keep this on subject, commercial photography. Telephoto. Boop. Okay, so I got telephoto. Oh, what was it? It was LBP. What? Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana-born of pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses also have an acronym LBP. Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras Plus Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. How many of these are actually... Every single one of them. Lower back pain is a pretty serious problem. One recommendation seems pretty useful to you. When you're sitting in front of a computer for hours doing genealogy research, it's recommended to try and sit with good posture. Additionally, standing up and stretching once in a while can be useful as long as you don't strain yourself. Look up the patties! Quick! Quick! The patties! We're getting there. Bring out the lead-based paint. Morning, cutie. How you is? How's the Sneepy Sneepster doing this morning? Luxury bridal photography. Luxury bridal photography is a photography business which was a good start. Unfortunately, it seems like it's located in Ireland and its owner's name is Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt that that's his real name. Fucking Nick. Ooh, photography. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead and mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. Business in Beacon, New York, and the site has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. The bottom of the website says copyright 1998-1999. Pictures been added to your evidence. Leave. Unknown occupation. Baby. Their occupation is baby. Okay, so now that I have last name... Hold on. Don't worry. How did you think this would be related to your search exactly? Regardless, there's nothing to do with the Roottrees here. Look what you made me do. Sneepy levels off the charts. Press on. Logline Books from Publisher. Small publisher California does limited edition runs of movie scripts. Other books seem related to your search. One of them is for the big screen adaptation of the puzzle game Fog. Fog. Fog is a video game where the protagonist wakes up in a valley called Fog. The player must solve a series of puzzles which lead to finding microfishes. Plugging in the microfishes into a viewer at the central movie theater in Fog allows you to teleport to different areas of the game. Each of these areas is a different valley from a different time period. For example, all of them have puzzles in them as well. Players' goal is to bring back jigsaw pieces they find in the different areas. Once they do, they can add puzzle piece to the puzzle's secret underground bunker behind the staircase that leads to the bell tower. Each additional piece allows the dragon trapped in the jigsaw puzzle to talk to them. The player must finally decide whether or not to trust the dragon who's asking them to finish assembling the jigsaw, which will bring her a tasty snack. Warning, next paragraph contains major spoilers for Fog. The surprise twist is that the player decides to feed the dragon. It turns out they're actually the snack. Quote on the box says, "Fog is the masterpiece that will become your universe." Another one says, "It's remarkable how Fog bears no resemblance to any other game that has ever been released past or present." I was about to, because it's Fog instead of Mist. And it's the story of Mist, but it's called Fog. That's fun. Fun little gamer joke there. Good one. Let's see. Telephoto Val Lincoln. Val Lincoln is featured in Telephoto, the cover, which featured one of his photos, well, a portion of the article has been added to your evidence. Into the Storm, Val Lincoln's War on War. Telephoto is a photography magazine. Its 1992 issue focused on photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Seppi Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school and took photography class. Because in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do, thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. Quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free periods spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography. He didn't have a passion for it. I worked much better when I'm trying to tell a story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photography mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go into an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so he could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. I was only 19 at the time, shot a photo that won him an award of the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at a time. The vehicle would pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed. She and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, "I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award and got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln." Alright. Hell yeah. Lisa. Is she still a soldier? Military? Maybe. Okay, so let's do... Oh, it would have been Lisa Webb, right? I guess you just gotta assume she's still in the military. I don't know. Okay. took forever to find her anyways, so... there's still 2 clues to find here? It still has 1? Ah! How about just Desert Storm? The Gulf War. Tell me about the Gulf War, Dad. Ooh, Playboy. A playboy is defined as a wealthy man who spends his time enjoying himself, especially one who behaves irresponsibly or has many casual relationships. Logically, it would follow that Playboy magazine is targeted towards an audience of people who wish to view pictures of wealthy men enjoying themselves irresponsibly. Perhaps these men would be riding expensive motorcycles without helmets or betting large stacks of cash on double O and roulette. Considering the subject matter of your current investigation, a magazine like that could be a very useful resource. After all, Guy Hudson was pretty much the definition of a playboy. That's why you looked it up, right? Yes. 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 Mrs. Lincoln. I don't know what the hell it wants from me, man. Into the storm. Into the storm. I don't know, man. Hey, Kale. Life is Strange? No. Not interested. I watched someone play it and I was not impressed. I just farted a lot. Duck time? I think it might be duck time. I think we're approaching duck. You know, we're just gonna do duck time. I think it's duck time. Completely stuck. Try talking it through with your rubber duck. Do you know Lisa and Clementine's occupation? You could probably place her on the tree. I agree. Spider searching for it returns no result. With one small change, you might be able to fix that. I looked up Lisa Webb, did I not? Oh, I'm an idiot. I see. Lisa Lincoln is, according to the military website, you find an amputee lost in the Desert Storm, runs a support group, fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point Military College, teaches classes that contribute to her environmental engineering marriage year. Short biography on the staff page mentions she has a passion for the military at a very young age, due to erroneously believing the family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained. She joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted after returning to Desert Storm, used her new degree, relocated to West Point to teach a few years ago. Rubber ducky, so smart. Such a smart rubber ducky. Just a smart rubber ducky. You're running out of puzzling juice? I'm not running out of juice. It is so hard to find what they want you to find in this DLC. It is so hard because all of the information from the base game is also available. And only sometimes you have to go back and look at it. Is it badly designed? No, it's just harder. It's much more frustrating. It's much more difficult. You have to work harder for the dopamine drip, but it's still good. I'm still enjoying it. It makes me feel schmat when I do it, even if I'm told what to do. But it's hard. Would you say getting the DLC at the start would have helped? No, it would have been overwhelming. Also, it spoils the base game. The DLC is predicated entirely on the twist of the main game. Like, that would be silly. Roottrees Mania is much harder. It is. Okay, now it's still What do you mean? I have it all filled out. Ah! Ah! What was the twist? There were the CEO of the candy company had 5 children and named their candy 5-piece because there were 5 children, so there are 5 pieces of candy. But secretly, one of the children had a secret twin, which the CEO basically shunned from the family because he was gay. And they got rid of the gay candy. And then this woman, who was the daughter of the illegitimate daughter of someone in his bloodline, wrote a book about it. And that exploded, and then this is the fallout of that being made public, that there were actually 6 children, and the founder wasn't a great philanthropist guy, but was actually a bigot asshole. Filled out but not locked in yet, I guess. Alright, now I don't know. I mean, it has something to do with Elias and Bess, and I have looked and looked and looked at both of those over and over again. And I've looked at, what's her name? I've looked at Gwyneth Anderson. Anderson Farm. Okay. Gwyneth Anderson. Is it just one N? How do you spell her name? Gwyneth. Ah. It might help to spell it even remotely correctly. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Never really celebrity. 6 pieces. Quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Family Man's widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottrees. Dude, I have no idea. I just have no idea. I think I'm gonna have to duck it. I'm gonna have to duck it because I figured out that that's who he had an affair with, just based on one hint. Who's Beth? Who's Beth? With a lisp. Who's Bess? Who's Beth? So I figured that out, but everything I've looked up on these two, I got nothing. I got fucking nothing. So that chick's gonna appear down here somewhere. No clue where. Because that would be 5-piece. And this would be next gen. And Guy is child of next gen. Which means 5-piece next gen. So she's probably here. It's 5-piece next gen, child of next gen, same age as Guy. I don't know. Just search Williams. Quack. Nope. Wrong. You're wrong. Alright, I'll be right back. After the advertisements are done playing. I will see you all soon. Bye bye. Hi, Womp. Hello. Oh, it's an alt picture of the principal? I see. That explains things. Hey, Rose Red. Very chill music. I miss the Roottrees. Once cleaners deodorize the lever sodas, we triple wide. Hell yeah. Alright. My Miami Sunday merged into the Miami Mercury Sunday, but that was short-lived. You want information on events from before the merger? I didn't search the other paper that merged with it. I feel like in the base game, and this might just be a feeling, but I feel like in the base game, you could more easily come to conclusions and deduce things based on like ancillary events or something only mildly related. And it was a lot easier to kind of like process of elimination and kind of just be like, oh, if this was this, then this has to be this. But in this DLC, it's like you didn't look up this very specific thing that was 4 steps down a rabbit hole, and now you are stuck because of it. That happens a lot more in this one than it did in the base game, I think. And I think that's where my frustration comes from, is there's a lot of just, you're hard stuck until you look up this one thing that's like buried 5 steps deep. Oh no, I didn't misspell panties. I never misspelled that word. Yeah, Jimbonius. Ton of text. Jimplicute? Another periodical becoming the Miami Mercury Sunday. Do I have a Mercury thing? How am I to glean the information required? Murdering two smaller failing papers. So the one larger failing newspaper is only noticeable because the author combining the names in the way they did. Jimplecute? The fuck is a Jimplecute? A ghostly phantom, resembling a prehistoric monster under the cover of darkness, attacks travelers on lonely moonlit roads. The Jefferson Jimplecute. Oh, it's literally a paper in real life. Oh. Does it need a... Notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. The way they combined the titles. So went from Miami Sunday with no dash to Miami Mercury dash Sunday. What am I supposed to glean from this? I don't know. Maybe something about the hyphenated name can give you a clue? What? No. I did try Miami Mercury. But didn't I try that shit? Okay. I feel like searching Mercury should have just given it to me. Like, why the fuck else would I search Mercury in this game? Ugh, this DLC is so frustrating, man. It's just every dead end I get to, the solution is like, really? I don't know. It's frustrating. Alright, well, whatever. We move on. Miami Mercury is now a defunct newspaper. It merged with Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. It seems at some point during the process it was at least partly archived and available via your periodical search. Wowee. Miami Mercury had an article about Bess Williams' section in the Cordell Library was being built in 1928. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also later mentioned in 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue found in a second room that would double its shelf count. Wildcat Construction is listed in some historical records that have been worked in many buildings in Miami, Florida area. It seems to have ceased operations in the 1960s. Wildcat Construction is mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the expansion of the Bocadoral Library. God, say it correctly one time. Bocadoral. Also mentioned earlier in 1947 under the headline, Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier's safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia's handle outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war serve Frank as employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelming. Positives gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. Become a bit of a sore spot with local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Yay! Frank Wildcat Williams listed a few different military history websites, wore a Navy Cross Medal of World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry fellow soldiers through enemy territory on his shoulders for 2 miles. Died in 1996, age 74, retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website local news channel that was written by a surviving family also sheds light on some of the personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother, who had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was born a joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Ah, cool. A photo was attached. Frank in his youth, juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites he's often known to do. According to the article, he's survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Well, there you go. That was a lot. I already forgot his name. Frank. Okay. Frank and Ophelia Williams. Okay. Frank Williams. Construction. Nearly done. The base game was much more forgiving. Ophelia Williams. Oh. So they adopted one. Well, we know that they're Williams, so... Williams. Williams. Don't know which is which yet. Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. What? How? How? How is that not at least one? That... Wow, okay. Oh, fucking hell, dude. Getting started. There are 5 things left to do. I'm gonna look up John Doe. I'm not looking for help, thank you. But now I'm gonna do it, and I'm mad about it. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed in Coconut Grove, Florida. A flyer's been added to your evidence. Overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift, and energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful massage. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Not married. Barbara. She's a speaker. Greta Jones. Oh my god, dude, this game. Greta Jones, you're not gonna find anything. Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for the channel WQTV 12. Unfortunately, WQTV 12 is not any presence whatsoever. You find a list of giant list of television signs next to the city of Springfield and Effingham County. You do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. 2 different counties in the United States. One's in Georgia, the other's in Illinois. Probably need to append the state name to your search to find better results. Host seems to only feature broadcast female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories, none are relevant to journalism. One of the entries is Channel 12. News anchors listed as Channel Flores. Greta Flores. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I guess that's nothing. Chris Elmsworth invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kickwah Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States, presented as a monthly newspaper of small-town America. What makes Kickwah Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations and occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms," that, using very dry language, details the idea that mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Fortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the home page. There are no archives of older issues. Okay. Isabel Crosby, according to the flyer on Barb Williams' website, has been in Benton County, 9 different states. Hasn't been in Benton County in Florida since 1850s, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything that seems to fit what you're looking for. So... What? See, this is the difference between the DLC and the base game, is that the base game, you're looking for the clues to fill in the family tree, but then the DLC, you're fucking with semantics for search engines that are fictional. It's not what I'm looking to do. Like, they're just giving me the rope around because I'm not searching the exact right thing. Where I know that this is the daughter, and I want to figure out what it's so annoying. I'm getting more and more annoyed as it goes on. Oh, it's a different name. Oh. That's on me. I thought it was the same name, and I was like, what do you want me to do with this? Okay, that's on me. Still, though, the thing from earlier I said stands, where you gotta go, like, 6 semantics deep. Greta Jones isn't listening anywhere. Okay, what about the channel? Oh, okay, well, Greta Jones listens to this channel, but there's, there's Springfield, and this county. Okay, look up the county. There's 2 Springfields in those counties. But you have to put the states. Okay, Illinois. Nope, not that one. It's just, ugh. Stop helping! Stop it! Hasn't been a problem until the last, like, 10 minutes. Literally no one has tried to play the game for me this entire playthrough. In the last 10 minutes, people are just like, oh, I'm playing now. No, you're not. Let me solve the puzzles. I might be annoyed, but I still want to solve them. Carter Flores is a news anchor. Apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour is called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Luckily, my public library has literally every book ever. This is an anthology of stories told on how a few different storytellers of sisterhood tours on a few. Contains direct transcripts, the most well-received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Now how many pieces are there? Still 5. Okay. Barbara Williams said the transcript of the story she told on stage published in the book. The first part of her story focused on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home, sneaked back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the 2 girls till she shifts the narrative. What's the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There's no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. What? Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. I guess he lived in the nice part of town, went to a good school. A teenage girl felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. When I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over. My parents, they took charge. I had to live at home, work a part-time job. They removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Oh! I see now how this works. Ew! So Sharon. That happened back in the day. It's not actually that bad. Okay. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school. Her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in us all. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Sherry's hair. Sherry's hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Jastrzemski. Sherry's large van on weekends bring the style of Brittany Christina or even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long, presents as one paragraph, multiple run-on sentences, no pictures. Get the sense that if you were to do your hair, you should be doing a lot of talking. Mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. She and he never spent any significant time together until she became a widow, and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and that he's a straight-A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Liberty Library, and the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come to do your due, is a stylist for the show. Passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but seems unimportant to your search. Holy fuck, dude. Stylist? Hairdresser? Barber? Hairdresser. What was it, Z something? Jastrzemski. What was his name? Pete. Peter. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter. Oh, this is her first husband. Oh, okay. This is he. Oops. Better. Okay. Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. So that'd be Tony not Ystrozemski. The only one is Cricket Ystrozemski. Right? Mark. It's Mark Ystrozemski because he's the youngest. So he's in Little League. So this is Mark. Oops. No. He's this Ystrozemski. Which one is it though? Is it with a C? And they are K through 12. Okay. And then Tony and Cricket. Should be Tony. Hey, Tony. What? Uh-oh. Huh. Okay. Oh, what's the name of the show? Liberty Library. Children's show filmed as it's a children's show. Multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library, whatever. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers, Corrithmetic, tutoring companies such as Educate You, a few well-known publishers of picture books. Well, you can find syndicated in a few markets across southern United States. New Hampshire, for some reason, like most other children's entertainment, many of those grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. Click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5, still listed as a current cast member. Picture of Cricket from one of her first episodes has been added to your evidence. I was wrong. This is Cricket. I don't know how to spell Cricket. That's the last name. That makes sense. A child. Terrifying. According to the site you found it on, theme is the episode is tackled why some people need glasses. Good lord. Now she's gonna be rich. That's fun. Okay. Nobody related. Okay, good. Oh, what's all this internet browser stuff here? I'm solving mysteries. It's so fun. See, Proxy. Probably missed you, sorry. Have a good one. Yastremski. Faraway voice yelling there on the phone. Get off the internet! Get off the computer! I'm waiting on a call! She did look like the kid in Finding Nemo, you're right. Kink, kink. That's funny. What did I get? What is this? I don't know who these kids are. Advertisement private tutor company Educate You is labeled under Cricket and her brothers, ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. Okay. What? Oh, because I still have Cricket there. So one's supposed to be Mark. Don't find much else about Educate You. Subsection library. So the company's logo appear at the credits each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in Educate You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race the TV every day to switch the dial before the creepy laugh came on. The fuck? Where was it? I lost it. Where'd it go? Oh god, that is fucked. Spooky. Okay. There are still 5 things here. What the fuck? Why? I guess because none of it's logged in, maybe? Sharon Williams. Sherry. Not even gonna try. Yes, Trzymski. What was his name? Peter. Bader. What was her, what did she change it to? What'd she change her name to? No, Barbara didn't change her name. It was the reporter. Greta Flores. It's Sharon and not Sharon. Oh, did I not spell it right? We try again. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that was just to find the book. And the book was just to get this. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo. Really? Even in like the Miami stuff? Nothing? I guess it was much later. Now that I think about it. What about in Business Watch? Oh, it's Orlando anyway. Late husband's college roommate. Charity. What was the charity they did? Little League teams nationally recognized. Let's look up this. Dude. Dude. I'm stuck again. Do a search for it. True. Hey, Tyler Bull. Vendanciano. I can't say your name. I've been reading all night. I can't do it. Impossible. I cannot do it. It cannot be done. What if we all took a group nap? A group nap, this time of day, localized entirely inside this Twitch chat. May I take it? No. relocated from Miami. So am I supposed to infer they went to the Miami school? That I don't know. That's not charm, is it? Not? Oh, it's not. I thought it was. You'll forgive me, the yellow bald man looks like the other yellow bald man. I apologize. I don't know. I don't have pictures of her. It is indeed Superintendent Chalmers in that scene. Oh. Well. Get fucked. That animal shelter, was that mentioned before? I don't know what to do. Why are you look at this graphing me? Where did the Chad Krogerism come from? I wish I had a graph of how long this has taken compared to the base game, which was very fun. They aimed this at the puzzle sickos. They sure did. Barb Williams' flyer has some quotes of interest. What? They don't even... Why don't they have it listed in the text? I figured it was unimportant because all the other evidence, when there's shit listed on the cover, they write it. No, maybe they don't. I think that was in the base game. No, I guess they don't. I thought they did. I don't know why I thought that. Well, that's frustrating. I'm just gonna play through the ads. I'm almost done. If you get ads, it's because you're not subscribed. You should be subscribed. How dare you? Overcoming adversity. No. This, okay. So the actual quotes aren't what, it is the names. Did I miss something in the Vic? Chris Elmsworth. Not the same. This is Vic Elmsworth. Ugh, God. So fucked. Oh, this one-off name that has nothing to do with the family tree. It's they changed the first name from one-syllable name to a different one-syllable name, and you're supposed to notice that and then find the discrepancy and look it up. God, this is so ridiculous. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called Kikwa Falls Gazette and tends to focus on more southeastern United States. All the articles he's written are archived on this site, including a long-form version of the review from Barb Williams' motivational show of 1997. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once on this particular occasion. Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts to any particular crowd, because she received a standing ovation. Barb started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness and their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because light would never return exactly how it once was. She says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. That's nice. Her conclusion is that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story, how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law. And the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. It was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to... That one. Lanes Across America, LAA's charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Pages and pages of news articles mention Lanes Across America, a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work, hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown. Offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, as charity began. Picture of Drew. Great, now I have a picture of the unimportant person. Give me the bip. Sniff. Sniff. So this isn't No, Tony. There's no Tony. What is Tony short for? Name Tony short for Anthony. All that remains is a single picture. LAN. Lanes across Miami? Sharon Smith, death of her husband. Record. Death in 1992. Host articles. Yo, Tofu, what's up, man?
Patty howdy.
Howdy. Are you excited for Night Rain? Stupid question. Sharon left the land, began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo, focus slowly on Drew's face of the charity. God, what a pain in the ass. Can't wait. I'm excited to play games with streamer pals, I think, more than I am the actual game. But I am excited. Booyah!
Hi again.
Hi.
I know you probably thought you were done.
I didn't.
Patty the Ball-White Guy. Patty the Ball-White Guy.
No hair, no hair, no hair.
Patty the Ball-White Guy.
Patty rules.
Patty the Ball-White Guy.
Baldness is
Spin.
the property of gaming. Does it have any hair?
Thank you.
The Ball-White Guy.
No hair, no hair, no hair, no hair, no hair.
Patty the Ball-White Guy.
Sonosu, thank you for the tier 3 138 months. Damn. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you very much. You're looking at your cat? I accept this excuse. Everyone else is dead to me.
But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Want to play with everyone, trying to figure out how to line it up. I'm guessing that after the first couple days, it's very much going to be while you are streaming, you go to other people who are streaming and see if they need a spot. Or people will come into your stream asking you if you have a spot. I think it's going to be a lot of that. Which is fine. I think it's cool. But I think that's how a lot of it's going to work out. Because groups of 3 is just so awkward. It's so awkward. But yeah. I might be playing with you and Barb at launch. It depends on if Whiskey's going to be playing at that time. Because I know that you and Barb and Whiskey are planning to play. So I might fill his spot if he's not going to be there for the exact launch. What game? What game? What game? I wasn't paying attention to your stream. Night Rain. But if he is, that's fine. And I'll play with other peeps. We shall see. I haven't seen Whiskey live yet to pester him. So we'll figure that out. What can you not explain, Sam?
Neither of us can.
Okay.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
Who?
Bonnie is Guy's sister.
Oh.
She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it.
I called it.
You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
What? Putting together tree, potentially Roottrees. Clark and Sam appeared at your door. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, company's lawyer, caught throwing away the DNA samples. Bonnie Hudson. These were intended to be used to test new potential Roottrees. Something doesn't sit right with Sam. The two of them asked for your help. They're hoping that your evidence and understanding the family tree, you could verify which people in dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate Roottrees, very unlikely to be legitimate Roottrees, and which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or another. Additionally, with a suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast into doubt. A new section of the tree has been added to fill you in. Oh my god, really? Okay. No, dude. Not this motherfucker again? Ugh. Time to review all possible Roottrees and input your deductions. You have 13 possible Roottrees to identify. Okay, so she said she didn't want to take any other lovers besides Guy, which means that these are Roottree relatives. We're going with that. Fuck it. I forget everything about this. Haven't found this clue yet. Oh, dude, fuck me. I really don't care. I'm over it. I just realized how over this shit I am, dude. It just hit me. It really just hit me how over this shit I am. Oh my god, I do not care. How come these aren't possible Roottrees? Oh, because it only needs to go down to him. He is. He is not. However, he is. I don't remember the story behind Joanna. There's another in the... There's another in the first tree? Why? That's illegal. What? Just sent a fact. So can I actually click on these now? No. That's what I think it is. I think that's Yo, Nibby. Thanks for the 4 months. Howdy. I do hate Guy. Why would they not be root trees? I don't understand. Why are they like up for question? I don't get it. She is a root tree. They are her kids. Like what? Huh? Yes. Yes. You want the duck will just give you all the missing shit? That's true. I kind of want to guess based off of, I'm definitely missing... her spouse, who was deaf. I never found that. I would assume they are, because otherwise she wouldn't be able to, leverage... Guy. I feel as though maybe he's not. Because of the DNA testing being all fucky. Will the game penalize you for the wrong assumption? I don't care. I don't care. There's way too many moving pieces for me to want to deal with this shit. Like, it was fun filling out the first family tree. This has turned into a fucking mess, and I don't like it. I went from I'm having fun but it's frustrating to this is bullshit and I don't want to deal with it. I don't know. I think it's impossible to prove. So, her sister and brother-in-law were able to get pregnant. I'm so confused about this one. Because she was the... Oh, he's for sure a Rootree. Golden hair? Yeah. Yeah, golden hair. 100%. I don't know. Because they did like the swatch with the in vitro and the cover-up, and it's just too many variables. No way to tell. She got hush money for the school she went to. I mean, it was never really confirmed that she had an affair with him. DNA test could have been faked. Because Ruby hates rich people. I think this is the, yeah, it's anonymous, yeah. It gives it away. It's Anonymom and, Jane Doe Rootree or whatever. But I don't want to go through finding the new info about that. He's the basket baby. Oh, he showed up like Moses. No. You took time off because you were pregnant. One possible Rootree. We're gonna say yes. What do you think? Maybe better to take a break between main story and DLC? Hell no. No way. The only reason I did as well as I did in the DLC is because the main story was still fresh. Dude, if I had taken a break and forgotten shit, I'd have been like, wait, who's that? Who's this? Who are they referring to? Who is that again? It would have been awful. Let's see what the duck says. Thanks to Piketty article, you now determine Anonymom's identity using the company records. Combining information from Piketty article, the company records, you can piece together Jane Doe Rootree's real name as well. However, you still don't have a picture of her, you have to find more information. I did find that. That'd be in my history somewhere. What is it? Daughter's name's Courtney May. Then there's Corin. Anonymom and Corin were in on it together. Okay, so I know Corin was in here somewhere. Maybe it was Beatrice Watts. Because they were hired together, so they were in on it together. That'd be the only... let's see. Okay. I don't know. I think I'm good. I don't really care to like go through all this shit and solve it, or just like spam the duck just to fill it in. You can now determine Anonymom's identity using the company records. Combining the information to pick the article in the company records, you can piece together Jane Doe Roottree's real name as well. I'm looking at that. Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina, and her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said the woman that vouched for her famous cover story is named Corin S., and that she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates Anonymom and Corin were in on it together. It even speculates they may have been lovers. Anonymous woman, peers, 5 peers. Affair with Guy Hudson, working as a secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time. Okay, I was right. So, like, to get pictures, I'm gonna have to do what? I don't know. It's Beatrice. What was her last name? Watts. Beatrice Watts and Courtney May Watts. Manager. Retail. What was it? Mary something? Mary Beth? Is that right? I don't think so. Courtney May. It's close. Courtney May Watts. Okay. Courtney May's simple website, black text on white background, a few images. Review account should tell you not. You can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who visited it. She's not shy about claiming she's Jane Doe Roottrees. Proof she's posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on News Time. Also, a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who had been target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Rootree, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Courtney May writes, everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached Roottrees before 5 P was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody in the Rootree company took us seriously. They'll only listen to us after we appear in TV and magazines. Besides, scanned letter from Ruby Legal Group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. Very polite legal terms. It seems to accuse her of exploiting their name. Orders to leave the Roottrees alone. Stated from a few weeks before 5 Piece article appeared in News Time. Seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it is to convince anyone to tell your story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media's approach assumed she's lying because her story was just like 5 pieces. My mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing 5 Piece on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way News Time would agree to do it and to get her on TV. But it's not true. Stories first. Courtney's defense continues. Much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of the page, she discusses DNA test defense of her character. Mom's amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store. Still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so I could stay with my high school sweetheart. Got a degree in nursing. Learned about DNA in college. I'm beginning to think it's still a lie. I was 100% confident there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong, DNA is complete BS. She's not a liar. Okay. Jesus. Danny. Nurse. Daniel. What was her name? Newton. All done? Because they're wedding photos in front of a an ambulance. I would assume. All right. Does Pepe Silvia really exist? I don't think Pepe Silvia is a verifiable root tree, but there could be evidence to say that he is. All right, I'm just gonna say I'm ready and see what it says. Right, Yamate's good. I'm doing it. Oh, it's optional entries. Oh, okay. So I got that all right. Sick.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Oh!
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies.
Uh-huh.
Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned.
Oh boy.
Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week.
Popcorn time.
Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having.
A crack in reality
Like
above
I
my
said,
head is the
buckle
sunlight
up.
coming through the
Maybe grab
window
some
behind
popcorn.
me.
We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Oh. That's cute.
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying. Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X. Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories. Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to
I forgot.
Boston.
Yeah, one of them was. Yeah, only one of them was. I forgot. Oops.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even.
Ooh.
When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Okay.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia. Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there.
But
She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
Yeah.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of
I
that,
knew that he
the
probably
story
wasn't.
doesn't really
Gave him a
add up.
question mark.
His mother already left the company
I think
by
I
the
gave him
time
an
Guy
X.
became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it, but there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another. Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and
Gasp.
Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way.
Just stand in the door. Tell him to take like 10 steps back. Start talking about like really intimate business details.
If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
But it was Bonnie Kellogg.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution, a noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims. That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this. While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine, not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way. Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth.
But it's Bess because of the lisp.
Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way.
Oh, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Both parties. Shit.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is.
What?
When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron.
I missed that whole thing.
At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child.
I didn't look at all, no.
Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together.
Good, because I didn't.
Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancid Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation.
And now he's being removed.
Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby.
You wouldn't
All
have.
this information, this entire story. It's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships.
Aw,
We're
man.
handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end.
Yay.
What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess.
And now you must die.
Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well.
I have, actually. Yes. I've had my fill, I think. I'm overfilled. I'm overfull with your family. I'm ready to move the fuck on with my life.
And if not... well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Attention, Roottrees. This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is a root of all your
Yikes.
problems.
I much preferred the base game. I don't think this DLC was bad. I just didn't like it as much. Didn't like it as much. It went from like a 8.5 out of 10, like damn this puzzle game's dope, to like a 6.5, 7 for the DLC. Way too particular. Way too particular. Way too specific. Way too much information. Way too many dead ends and red herrings. And, it was hard for me to know like what was a joke, what was a dead end, and what was like an important thing I needed to look at. That's the other thing, is that the intrigue wasn't really there in the DLC, because the base game, it's like genuinely a mystery, right? Like, you need to figure out this family tree, because it's not what it seems. Whereas this one is just like, hey, these shitheads in our family tree slept with a bunch of people, figure out who they slept with. And it's like, okay. It's made for puzzle sickos. I am a puzzle sicko. I'm just not... I don't think that just because it's made for puzzle sickos that it's necessarily good for puzzle sickos. Having to know about Huntington's disease is a bit rough. I'm sure that you're supposed to look it up and that there's something that says it's genetic. Expecting some uninformed incest? That may have been kind of realistic in this situation, yeah. Confirmed bachelors, yes. Well, that was something that I looked up in the game as well, and it told me what it was. So, you know, the information's there, it's just... I think the big issue is how particular you had to be when searching things. It required a lot of pinpoint accuracy with your search terms. For instance, me typing Mercury instead of Miami Mercury, that one rubbed me the wrong way. Stuff like that. How many hours did Guys take you? What? Game? Game? Hello? To figure out all this stuff. The majority of the time that I spent playing the DLC. Well. I hope nothing happens after the credits, because, if it does, it's ah! Okay. the rubber ducky told me that they hoped it was all worth it. I think the first half was worth it. There's a hidden mini game on the computer. We gotta look, because people were asking if there are games on my computer. What's the hidden mini game? Tell me. Do I have to disconnect? Look on the bookshelf. Family Doku? Oh, do I search for that? You look at the official Family Doku website, information about the logic puzzle book written by Christoph Rogan. There's a post-computer version of the puzzles. When we launched the demo of Family Doku at home, all of our fans excited about our intuitive and revolutionary interface and how clever the initial 5 puzzles were. Launched the full version, we doubled the number of puzzles present. Many users upset in the length of the game, despite it being available at a comparatively low price of $20. I'd like to offer a sincere apology to anyone who felt the game was too short. If you purchased the game before July 8th, 1999, please email us your mailing address to send you a 25% off coupon for Alphabet Davis book of your choice. This doesn't look very fun. You search Obra Dinn. Oh, this probably gets fucking ridiculous, doesn't it? Apple, apple, opal, Sweeney, Sweeney for men. Women, apple, apple, opal, Sweeney. So I think if it's the opals. No. Yeah, it'd have to be the opals. No. So one of the... It said boxes are men, right? So 3 men that share the same last name, so there'd be 4 men with the same last name. Huh? What? Oh, blood relatives. Oh, I thought it had to be men. Okay. Okay. What? Yeah. Why does that matter? Hey, what? I've confused myself. Apple related? Apple related? Apple not related? What? I'm confused. Family members with the same first name must follow generational rules. Father, son, grandfather, son. Women, they must be mother, daughter, grandmother, granddaughter. Siblings named in alphabetical order by first name from left to right. Oh, okay. There. Got it. I don't know. 16-bit Gambit, thank you for the 17 months. What? Carrie and Gertrude are the female apples. And then one is named Umber. Why is that there? I don't know. I think I've been looking at the computer for too long for this to make sense to me. So Geller has to be the matriarch, because that name's not shared anywhere. One of the apples so this has to be Sam Apple, so that Earl Apple is there and Carrie Apple is here. Okay. Oh boy. Holy shit. If a Father and son share both first and last name. Son must have a junior appended. This pattern continues with 3, 4, etc. Okay. Dean, Andre. Which means the patriarch has to be Michael Dean. So that there's a Michael Dean Jr. Grandfather and grandson. That one made a lot more sense. Would you recommend this game to others? I would recommend the first part. I'd recommend the first part to others, yeah. Just the Roottrees are dead, I'd recommend. I don't think I'd recommend the second part. I didn't really super enjoy my time with it. I did enough, but it wasn't as good. I think it's fine. I think that the second part kind of puts a sour note on how good the first part is. With how okay it was. And it's much harder and much longer. Most of this game has been the DLC. How many last names are created from the last name of both parents? Father's last name first. Popper Locket. Good old Popper Locket. So... okay. It's easy enough. So it's the Poppers then, eh? They have the same name. Oh, I see. Wait. There. Not bad. Father and son share both first and last names. Son must have a junior appended. This pattern continues 3, 4, etc. Hyphenated last names are always created. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Alright. Good enough for me. I get the gist of it. I don't want to sit there and do it. That's cool, but there's a little mini game. I do have games on my computer. I do. All that's left to fill in is her spouse? That's it? The rest of it's just like evidence I missed, I guess? It's the only thing I didn't do. You have games on your phone, mister? That was cool. That was a cool game. I liked it, especially the first part. The Roottrees Are Dead is an amazing, great little game. I had a fantastic time doing it. Rootree Mania is not nearly as good. It's good. It's above average for sure. Like, it's a really good puzzle game, but it's just tacked on to the first part just makes it feel so bleh. If Guy wasn't in the second part, would you like it more? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the driving mystery is not that compelling, if a mystery at all. It's pretty obvious from the word go that when they say, yeah, Anonymom and Jane Doe are not considered. Here's a lot of information about them. It's like, okay. Anonymom and Jane Doe are not real Roottrees. Count them out. They're not on your family tree. Here's a ton of information about them. Also, there's a hidden section of the family tree. Okay. Like, sure, man. Whatever you say. I don't know. There's not really a whole lot of mystery to it. At least for me, there wasn't. I don't know. Overall, considering both parts are part of the game, I would give it like a... I'd give it like a solid 8. Give it like a solid 8, 7.5, somewhere in there. It's a really good puzzle game. I liked it a lot. The deduction's very good, especially in the first part. Being able to use process of elimination using information you have found, it feels good. Especially like skipping evidence and being confident about it. That's missing a little bit more in Roottree Mania, I think. At least it was for me, given what I found. Maybe I managed to sidestep all of the stuff that would let me do that, deftly avoiding things that would have helped, but that's how it came across when I played it. Yeah. Roottrees Mania was made by another guy. It said in the credits, game design, this person, designer of original game, and then it was John Johnston or whatever his name is. So, yeah. They didn't quite hit the mark the same way, but I think they did a good job at kind of capturing the same sort of feeling, but they didn't quite hit the mark the same. I think 7.5 feels good. 7.5, 8, somewhere in there. 7.75. Right in there. Well above average video game. Very good puzzle game. Not amazing, I don't think, overall. Not amazing. Like, it's a really cool puzzle game. And I'd recommend it for deduction sickos like me. But, not like the best iteration of the genre, I don't think. Oberdin is great. Golden Idol, both of them are great. Yeah, those would be the shining examples, I think. There's another one I can't think of right now because I've been streaming for almost 9.5 hours. What am I forgetting? I don't know. Can't think of it. Brain's fried. Can't do it. The Hypnospace Outlaw. That was it. Yep. Hypnospace Outlaw. That was the one. That one's not so much a puzzle sicko game as much as it is like a late 90s internet fun sim thing. But, you know, it fits because that's what this is too. Alright. I'm gonna be done with the stream. Streaming way too long, man. It was streaming way too long. Way too long. But I finished the game. Uh-oh. Computer? Wow. Awesome. I love that Firefox just doesn't work. Because Google hates when you have ad blocker. Thank you. They're making another. We'll see. Yeah, that was fun. Who's gaming? Who's doing stuff? That's almost 7. Fuck. Oh, big yawn. Go Barb. Watch Barb play Street Fighter.